Cool. Hey, Kathy, are you there? Hi, Frank. Hey, Kathy.
Hi there.
Hey, Kathy Grubbs. Hey, Kathy.
Hello.
Hey, Kathy, how are you?
Good.
Good. I'm just double checking. Did you get my invitation to Zoom?
I did, and my email's all whacked out. I'm trying to fix it.
Okay. Good. All right. Just want to be sure.
Hi, Frank.
Good evening.
Alrighty, tighty. Hey, Marty, are you there? Martin Gitlin, are you there?
I don't think he's
we have
logged on
Marty
yet.
Do you know he was on his Zoom account this afternoon. I was thrilled to see his bandanaed head.
Oh, nice. So he got it figured out. That's perfect.
Yeah. Sasha indicates she'll be 10 minutes late, you guys.
Martin Gitlin.
Join the meeting.
Hello.
Hey, Marty.
Hey, I figured I'd do the phone for the regular meeting and then frighten everyone with being. But because I can't look at, bills and agendas and things like that, I don't want, yeah. Anyway, so here I am. Hi. Greetings to everyone who is participating.
Sorry, is Sam with us yet? I don't see him.
No, I don't think so.
Thanks, Chris. Sorry. I could look at participants, couldn't I? There we are. Okay. Hey, David Green, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good, thanks. Good to see you. I see Kent. I see Tay, Chris Schneider, Tammy. Tammy,
Hi,
you're on vacation.
I know I'm going to join you for the audit and then I'm not going to be here anymore.
Okay. And Tay, we're recording, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, at least it's a nice golden sunset tonight with the smoke in the air. Streaming into my west-facing windows.
Hey, Marty, this is Kent. Hey, Marty.
Hello, Kent. I just
Hey, Marty.
unmuted myself because I breathe loudly.
Are you
I breathe too fucking loudly for the meeting.
are you a fan of Banksy, the graffiti artist?
I'm not that familiar with him. I like graffiti artists in general.
Oh, okay. Your comment
I
about
am.
the
I'm a fan of Banksy.
us enjoying the sunset, and then meanwhile it's because of a forest fire. There's a great a recent one of his where on one corner of the building there's a child catching snowflakes on his tongue, and then you look around the corner and it's a dumpster on fire.
Boy, interesting. I like that.
Good one.
Yeah,
I like it.
silver
Hi.
linings.
Sorry I'm
There are
late.
2 fires now. So anyone planning to go to Grand Junction, you're screwed. Or to Glenwood, you're screwed. So 221
Hello, everybody.
fire. Hello.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Looks like we've got about everybody. Shall we get started?
Yeah.
All
Hopefully.
right, let's call the meeting to order at 7:08. We've got, looks like all the board members are present.
I move to approve the agenda.
Second.
Okay. All right. Sarah, did we have something we needed to add or no?
Sam, I think we were just gonna let folks know that after we have our executive session, we want to take a little bit more time in public session to move, if we can, on the recommendations that folks will heard about and discussed in the executive session. That was the only reminder, so people aren't surprised.
Gabby.
Okay. All right, all in favor of approving it?
I'm sorry, Sarah, could you say that one more time? My audio cut out.
Oh, sure. Sasha, it was just that the attorney reminded us that if we want you folks to provide a vote input on the recommendations that we will talk with you about in the executive session, that we will ask for that after we get out of executive session in public meeting session again.
So we'll have public meeting, executive session, public meeting.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, and hopefully it'll be quick.
My second wife said.
That's what every woman said, Marty.
I know.
All right, let's move on here. All in favor of approving the agenda?
Aye.
Say aye. Anybody
I
opposed? Okay. Motion, or the agenda's approved. Do we have any public comment? Anybody here from the public want to say something? Okay. How about bill payment? Did everybody get the email with the bills?
I move to approve the bills.
I would second that.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay. Motion carries.
Aye.
Administrative items, approval of the minutes from July 27th, 2020. Is there any comments, or do I hear a motion to approve those minutes? I guess first of all, did everybody get them?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, how about a motion to approve?
I move to approve the minutes.
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Anybody opposed? Okay. Staff updates. Tammy, you got anything to update? You've been on vacation. You got anything you wanna?
No, I
What's
don't.
that?
I'm not here.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah. Tay, you's gonna have some information for me on signs and barricades and that. Did you get that put together?
Yeah, did you get the email that I sent to you and Sarah? The
I
spreadsheet?
guess I didn't.
Oh,
I
okay.
didn't see it. All
That's
right.
okay. There's so for I think about 12 barricades, 50 cones, and all the signs, that a bunch of no parking signs and the two specialty signs. Two specialty signs have already been paid for, but the total budget for that is right around $2,000 is the estimate. So you guys need to set an allowable budget, and then all of those things will be ordered.
Okay. Anybody have any questions on that?
Yeah, what does the specialty sign say?
There's a couple of signs that those were already paid for, so we don't even need
Okay.
to talk about those. So I need the budget for the rest of the stuff.
I'd
But
like to know what they say, though.
Yeah,
I don't wanna
they're the ones that
talk.
say no parking from here to corner, that go in front of Gary Register's house and post office and the KP building.
So there are two signs that are gonna be ordered to say what the signs that are already there say?
No, they've already been ordered. Those signs are.
No, I know that. Okay, forgive me. So we have ordered,
Yeah, we had a full board meeting about this already, so I shouldn't have even.
don't
put
get
it-
touchy, please. Let us be courteous, harmonious, and sing Kumbaya during
Yeah, so
conversations. I will
they
not
are the
accept
two
touching
signs
it.
that we discussed at a board meeting probably about 2 or 3 months ago.
I know we discussed that, but I didn't realize that we had approved getting boards to replace signs, to replace the signs that already said what the signs needed to say. And if so, I stand in abject correctedness.
In any case, I just need the board to, or Sam, I need somebody to set a budget for all of those things.
Okay. Would somebody like to make a motion to approve a budget for ordering signs and barricades and
I'm not
Stuff like that?
comfortable making a budget without an itemized list.
okay. I guess we'll put
I
that
would
on the
make that
agenda for the
motion
next
then.
meeting.
I would approve
Not
it.
even till next meeting. I don't like throwing a dollar amount out without knowing where we're at.
I would agree with Sasha.
I agree too.
What does that mean? So what do you want itemized?
What we're budgeting for,
Okay,
the
so
cost of the cones, the cost of the signs. I would like to see a printed list of those expenditures before I authorize a dollar amount.
I'll forward that to you. I forwarded it to Sam and Sarah.
Okay, that'd be great. I want to see what I'm agreeing to.
I would like
I
to,
think that
we everybody's been wanting all this stuff forever. So if I send this out to the whole board, I'm hoping we could get this done so I can order it before 2 weeks from now, because they're gonna take several weeks to come in.
Well, it took several years to get the signs in front of my parents' house, so I think that that's reasonable.
I don't, because we hear about it every board meeting, so let's get it done.
Okay, okay, let's calm down a little. I have a question for you, Tay.
Yeah,
You had an amount of money that was budgeted for road and bridge for signs, am I right?
well, there's like just the regular road and bridge budget, but
Where do you stand on that budget?
I don't know.
Okay. We'll look through that, and if you've got the money in the budget for them, we'll order them. If not, we'll put it on the agenda for next meeting.
Yeah, no, the money's in the budget for them. I just wanted everybody to know what the costs are when the invoices come in. So
Right.
just 1 second. I just put together a really brief list because it's pending some actual shipping charges. So I'm gonna send that to Sasha.
why are we sending these things to just a couple people at a time? I don't understand
What's that?
that. Why are we sending things to just a couple people on the board like at a time? I don't understand the concept.
I was asked to provide a list to Sam, so I did.
And I apologize that I didn't see the list before the meeting, or I would have had it here, or I would have had it where I could have put it on my screen and showed it to everybody.
I wonder, I could do that actually. Let me do that.
Yeah, if you could do that, maybe that would.
And then so I'll just go through the rest of the update while I'm going to grab that. Hang on.
If we could, just one more thing on signage. Prior to the Labor Day weekend, I would like to have the signs that say no parking fire lane put up on Silver Street to ensure that we don't have some knuckleheads, as been in the past, parking on Silver Street, since they can't park directly in front of or anywhere on Silver Street, since it's such a narrow street. And should emergency equipment be necessary to access anyone up above on Silver Street or below, or utilize those streets to access anywhere, I think it's a matter of public safety, and Labor Day may or may not be, but in the event it is, dealing with an influx of bipedal mammals and four-wheeled vehicles, I would like to have those signs up to preclude any compromising of access.
All right, it's already in the works.
Okay, thank you. But by Labor Day. Thank you.
Okay. So can I speak?
Yes.
I said thank you. You can speak anytime you like.
Okay. So the rest of the update is that we got a couple of rocks put in front of the on the sidewalk and filled in on the bike path. So if you guys could hop a squad over there and see if you enjoy it or not, that'd be great. And then just gotta be working on cleaning up the park. And I needed clarification on whether or not we were opening the bathrooms. I went through my notes and I got conflicting information. The bathrooms in the park, but I think Kathy might be talking about that tonight.
Yeah, let's save that discussion for when we get to the park discussion.
Okay. And then that's about it. I'm gonna share this screen with the sign. This is just a really whittled down list from all of the quotes and stuff that I have. It was to be briefed so you guys could see it. Let me, here we go. You guys see that?
A little bit bigger if we could.
I try to make it a little bit bigger. Is that bigger?
Yep, that works.
I would just ask to please see the quotes.
What do you mean by see the quotes? You want the actual?
These numbers are based on quotes that we got from different companies, I assume.
These numbers are based on shopping and finding the lowest price.
So I would like to see those pieces of information from who we're actually going to buy them from, please.
Oh my God. Sam, can you help me out on this? Am I supposed to provide all of the shopping and reiterate it for the whole board when I have to do a purchase?
Well, I know Marty, I think's got a motion on the table to go ahead, so if he gets a second on that, we'll take a vote on it, and if we get it approved, we'll do it. Otherwise, I guess for the next meeting, you can put something together for it.
Just so we're clear, I'll redo all of the shopping and then have all of that printed up instead of being able to be trusted to just do my job.
I would second Marty's motion.
Okay. Do we have any more discussion on it?
Sasha.
All in favor?
I'm sorry,
Go ahead.
Sam, I do have a piece of discussion.
Go ahead.
All I would say is that I don't think that it's unreasonable to ask for the basis for these numbers on the spreadsheet. I don't think that that's extra work.
No.
I'm not
So
trying
the
to
basis
create extra work for
is
anybody. I would
spending
like to
time
finish,
researching and
please.
coming to a conclusion for you. So I don't know how I'm supposed to save all of that information. It's a lot of information to go through whenever I
I
purchase
would
something.
like to finish
I
speaking,
can
please.
find you the receipt or the
Tay.
specific individual that provided this price. And then if you want to go out and do it on your own and find a better price, then you can go ahead and do that.
Tay,
Yes.
let Sasha finish what she's saying, and then we'll go on from there.
That is in no way what I am saying or what I am suggesting. What I am asking is that you clearly had a price that was put into the spreadsheet. And I would like to see the document that provided that price. I don't think that that's out of line. I don't think that that's out of question, because clearly you had a number that was put into the spreadsheet, and I trust you to try and find us the best price possible. But I would like to see the document that provided the number that went into the spreadsheet is what I am asking.
And I
Okay.
understand that, but that means every purchase takes 2 months to do because it has to go through.
This is a purchase of over $2,000
This is a purchase of
that is
like
being approved.
hundreds of items that are over $2,000. So they're a few
I
dollars.
agree with Sasha on this.
Oh yeah, from the guy who got the quotes on the
That's
chains.
enough.
Oh, Jesus
That's
fucking
enough.
Christ, hey, shape up.
Take a
That's
vote.
enough. All of you,
Stop
all of you.
badgering the board. That
Marty,
is
stop.
inappropriate. It is just inappropriate, and I will not accept another board member being badgered because you feel slighted, imposed upon, or anything. Have a little decorum and act in an appropriate manner.
All right, this discussion is over. We have a motion on the table. We'll take a vote on it, and we'll follow the course of action after that.
Could we restate the motion so we know exactly what we're voting on?
Marty, can you restate your motion?
I said that I motion to approve the purchase of the signage with the addition, and I think someone amended it, and if they could read the amendment or recall the amendment, please do so.
Did somebody else amend the motion? I don't remember that.
Well, I thought about moving it to next meeting. There was something added to the motion.
Well,
Didn't
that was,
you add?
I just suggested that if we can't come to a conclusion here, we'll move
Okay.
it to the next meeting. Okay, there's a motion to purchase the signs and barricades that Taylor's priced. All in favor?
Aye.
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 All opposed?
Aye.
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 Okay, that leaves us with a tie. I guess that means I'm the tiebreaker.
Congratulations.
Can we
Yeah.
can we have a verbal vote, please?
Okay, we had Sarah, Marty, and Frank for, and Sasha, Chris, and Kathy opposed.
Thank you.
And I'm gonna vote for, so the motion carries. All right, let's move on.
I have another request. I have a request on the staff meeting. I put up those little signposts to tie yellow ribbon to. If I could just in your travels, please just throw them in my yard or throw them through a window or something. Return them to me. I'd appreciate it.
Which ones are those?
Well, when we had the yellow tape, there were 3 fence posts, little metal fence posts, delineators, whatever, that I used to hang that yellow, offensive yellow tape on, and I'd like those returned in, not urgent, just at some point.
Okay, do you have those, Tay?
Sorry, for some reason, something. Oh, there we go. Okay, so can you
All
say
right,
that?
can you hear the
I heard
post?
Marty's signpost, and I said I would put them at his door.
Okay. All
Yeah,
right.
anywhere over at my house is fine. I don't.
Okay.
I'll find them. Thank you.
No problem.
Okay. All right, let's move on to new business. First thing on new business is 2019 financial statements from our auditor, Mr. David Green. The floor is yours, sir.
Hey, hi guys. Hopefully you guys all have a copy of the financial statements. Is that correct? Okay, I see a lot of yeses, so perfect. What we're going to do is we'll just run through the financial statements. We'll talk a little bit about the audit, the processes, kind of what was found. We'll go over a few of the numbers as well too. So let's go to the third page in, which is going to be the letterhead. It's going to be the independent auditor's report. So this is the report that you guys have engaged me to put on your financial statements. It's broken down into a few sections. Management's responsibility. Management is responsible for the preparation and fair presentation of the financial statements in accordance with accounting principles generally accepted in the United States, so GAAP. The auditor's responsibility is to express an opinion on the financial statements based on the audit. So basically a little bit about the audit. The first thing that I do is I gain an understanding of what's changed within the organization. Maybe it's different revenue streams, grants, different expenditures, personnel, a number of different things can go into that. Once I've determined what's changed, I use that to assess how those might provide a risk of material misstatement to the financial statements. Once those risks are determined, then audit procedures are designed in order to try to combat those risks that have been determined. Procedures are going to vary year to year, and it's going to be based on what's needed at that time and what's going on with the organization. So all that leads to gathering audit evidence. That audit evidence is then used to form a basis for the opinion, which is a key part of this. The next part. In our opinion, the financial statements referred to above present fairly in all material respects. So that's an unmodified opinion, and you guys will also know it as a clean opinion. So what that tells you is that these financial statements as presented are, as you see them here, can be fairly relied upon by you and the general public. Next part of this just talks about a whole bunch of the other required stuff that goes into there, mainly pension related, and we'll get into some of that here in a little bit. So let's just jump right ahead to the numbers. It's going to be page number 5. It's called the statement of net position. And this shows what is owned and what is owed by the town. So as you can see, at the end of the year, you had $489,000 worth of cash on hand. Cash at county treasurer is the amount of taxes that they've collected on your behalf to remit to you in January and February. Do you have a question?
I'm just a little lost on, I have a 4-page document and then a 58-page document, and I'm not sure where we are.
We're in the 58-page document.
On page 5.
On page number 5, but it would be page 11 of a PDF.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah, you bet. It gets a little bit more confusing when we've got PDFs going, and those are numbered different than the page numbers. I get it completely.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so this is the statement of net position. Should say it'll say that at the very top there. 489,000 of cash, and then you had some investments as well, which is going to be your water CD. Accounts receivable, that's net of an allowance, although you don't have an allowance for bad debt in this case. So 51,000 of water and sewer charges to be collected. And then the property taxes receivable, this is going to be the taxes that you guys levied as part of the 2020 budget that you've most likely already collected all of them by now anyway, but those were all collected in 2020. And then some due froms in the other funds and stuff. You can see your capital assets, total capital assets, 4.3 million. Most of those are in your water and sewer funds. So you can see almost 6.2 million in the water and sewer funds, with 2 million of depreciation. And then the general fund has a little bit of capital assets as well too. No new pronouncements went into place here. So the deferred outflows of resources that have been there in prior years, those all relate to your pension, which is going to be para. There's 2 parts to para. OPEB stands for other post-employment benefits. That's really just the healthcare piece that's already embedded into para. Nothing you guys have promised above and beyond para is in here. The liabilities, 1,400 in payables. Accrued liabilities is going to be basically your accrued vacation. Non-current liabilities, so we can see here the more results of the of para. You had some long-term debt of, about 420,000, and then the pension liabilities, which is going to be about 110,000 combined. So that leaves you total net position of 4.4 million at the end of the year. Any questions on that? Okay. We're going to skip ahead just a little bit because there's another statement that provides a little bit better picture for you. So if you go to page number 15 of your PDF document, it will be labeled page number 8. If you have it printed, statement of revenues, expenditures, and changes in fund balances. Do we see that? Okay. So this is just going to show you within the general fund where the money came in and where it went out. So you can see property taxes, 32,000, specific ownership taxes, and then other taxes and fees. Most of that was sales taxes, some road and bridge, a few other things like that. One of the things that you guys elected to do was, I believe it was at the end of, I don't remember exactly when it was in 19 sometime, was to not have the road and bridge fund and combine that into the general fund because it had such a large deficit. So this is the closeout of that fund is what you can see here. So if we look down here, you see there was a deficit of $98,000 in there. If we look at the fund balance beginning, which was the whole reason you guys decided to consolidate it because it wasn't making the money it was anyway. So in order to get that whole, we just had to do a transfer. That's why you see this transfer here going between the general and the road and bridge fund. It's really just, I know it looks a little bit weird, but it's really what was required from an accounting standpoint in order to get this to balance so that you don't have a road and bridge fund anymore. All of that. That's not saying you don't have road and bridge money. You don't have road and bridge expenses. You absolutely do. That's all just contained within the general fund and funded by those as well. The other 2 funds, cemetery and the conservation trust, they had very, very little activity this year as well too. which is common for those two funds. So what this tells us is at the end of the year, your fund balance in the general fund is going to be right about $413,000. So it's got a positive balance, and that's certainly a good thing. If we go to page, we're going to skip ahead just a little bit more here. Page 17 of the PDF, page 10 on paper. Statement of revenue, expenses, and changes in net position. This is for your proprietary funds. That's your water and sewer fund, so you can see where the money came in there. Your water fund came in about 115,000 in revenue. Sewer is about 150,000. Total expenses for the water fund was 150 and about 198 on the sewer fund. So combine those two at a net loss of 83,000. We offset that with some of the taxes that were collected and then the interest expense, and we're still right about $87,000 as far as the loss goes. So when really looking at this, the takeaway there is that those two funds didn't do a lot in order to be self-sustaining. The only way to fix that is rate adjustments if you were to look at that, but that's what that's telling you, is that those funds weren't able to sustain themselves based off the fees they brought in. As a proprietary fund, that's the goal to have with those. So,
Quick question, sorry. Could that also be non-payment as well or not?
no, because we take that into account on an accrual basis of accounting. So we book the receivable, which is a debit, and then we credit the revenue in order to get that accounted for as well too.
Thanks.
Now, part of that I will point out does include depreciation expense. But the whole point of depreciation expense is to try to give you an idea of the infrastructure going down over time. And so that gives you kind of a benchmark of what you should be trying to save in order to replace that infrastructure later on. Yes.
So from looking at this in your explanation, we're operating our water and sewer to net loss.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's a good way to put it. Like I said, that's on a full accrual basis of accounting. If you wanted to look at it on a cash flow basis, we can take the next page and you can kind of see, that might help you out a little bit with that analysis too. I was hesitant to say yes on that because it's never a really clear-cut answer when you start bringing in depreciation expense and all that other stuff. There's a much bigger analysis you need to make, but the gist of it is yes, it operated at a net loss.
And so in the grand scheme of things of being in a position to replace at the point things need to be replaced, we're not putting ourselves in that position right now. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes. So
okay.
Let's go back. Here's probably the answer to your question is probably best served actually if we back up a page to page 16 of the PDF. This is going to be the proprietary funds statement of net position. So this really tells you, so the water fund has $261,000 worth of cash available to it. The sewer fund has $31,000 worth of cash available to it. So the sewer fund does not have much room for error at all. So if anything breaks, anything like that, I get it, a lot of your treatment's done at Georgetown, so you don't have a plant going, that's helpful, but you still have other stuff that needs to be maintained.
I'm sorry again, I'm a little lost on the sheet. Where are those numbers on page 16 of the PDF?
Page 16 of the PDF. At the top, it should say statement of net position. And then, so if we look at cash and cash equivalents in the water fund, 260,778.
Oh, okay. Okay,
And
thank you.
then below it says restricted. The reason it's restricted is that's part of your loan covenant.
Right.
Which, just to skip ahead, since I just brought that up, it looks like you guys are out of compliance on both of your loan covenants. So that means you'll probably be getting a letter from Colorado Water and Power. One of the loan covenants is that the sewer fund is supposed to make X amount over operating expenses, and it was out of compliance there. And then also there's supposed to be a reserve of X amount as well too. So yeah, so that gives you kind of an idea of the numbers there. Any questions on, I know that's a highlight, but quite frankly, these numbers are 7 to 8 months old at this point. So I really just want to give you a highlight of where you were at time. Things have changed quite a bit. Yes, go ahead.
So again, David, thank you. I thought we were up to date on our reserved funds, and I'm concerned to hear that we're not, and I'm wondering, and I'm sure you're going here, what do we need to do in order to be more on top of this and, get square again?
So that's where I was going to head next, is that 4-page document. Let's just click over to that, and that's going to be kind of the results. This is the numbers. This is what tells you that you can rely on the financial statements as presented. The difference is that if you were to have grabbed your financial statements prior to the audit, you could not have relied on those. There was a significant amount of journal entries. There was 24 journal entries that were made in order to clean those up. Ideally, you want 0. 2 or 3 is really okay. More than that's a concern. 24 is a lot. Number of things go into that. Certainly QuickBooks doesn't make the greatest. QuickBooks was never meant to be a governmental accounting software using different funds. You guys are using it to the best you can. One of the suggestions would be a better accounting software. The other suggestion as well too would be have somebody on a monthly basis just go through and reconcile those. Somebody that's familiar with fund accounting and governmental accounting. Usually people will hire a CPA. When you have a small organization like what you have, the thing that adds the most benefit, hiring a CPA firm to come in on a monthly basis, adjust everything out, and you can make accurate decisions based on the money that you have.
We do have Elliot Gadan as of last year. And as a matter of policy, I do not make journal entries. So either you or Elliot would be the ones making the entries on the books. So Elliot is doing that monthly now for us.
Okay. And then so the answer is that he would need to do a little bit more than just reconciling the bank. He would need to go more in depth on some of that stuff.
Okay.
Which would be probably because you probably just engaged him to reconcile the banks.
Correct.
Yeah, so he would need to take a little bit more of a deep dive to help you guys out, because quite frankly, if he was doing anything more than reconciling the bank, we wouldn't have nearly the journal entries that we have. A lot of those are cleanup type things and putting things from a cash to accrual basis, but it doesn't really help you if you have transactions that are duplicated, right? So you think that you've got revenue twice, for instance.
Okay.
So yeah, that would be the thing, is having him look a bit further at that. And a lot of these I'd say almost all of these are going to be repeat suggestions from probably the last 2 or 3 years. They're going to be repeat. You've got segregation of duties. Having Elliot look at it a little bit closer helps that, but due to the small office, you're not really going to have a lot of options there to segregate those. So the board just needs to be diligent about staying on top of it. They need to be active. You need to look at the financials, ask questions, do all the stuff that you probably are doing already. It's just my job to remind you that it's important in a small organization. Deposits should be made a little bit more timely. I noticed a number of them. This is consistent with other parts of the year too, where they come in sometime in December and they maybe get made 3 to 4 weeks later, but the deposit goes to the bank. That's a big concern from a control standpoint. Deposits that are not in banks have the ability to be stolen through, if somebody were to break into the building, you can't safeguard it that way. They have the ability to be misplaced. It just really needs to go in from a cash management tool. Do you have a question, Sarah? I saw your hand go up there.
My apologies. So,
Oh, you're right.
so what is the most functional, reasonable way for the board to keep up to date on our expenditures? Is that reviewing a profit and loss at, once a month, or what is the documentation that we should be able to look at in order to be able to be on top of things?
At a minimum, I would look at a bank reconciliation to make sure those are being done. So I would review that, make sure there's nothing unusual that you see in there. That's gonna be step one. I would look at a balance sheet, and then I'd also look at a profit and loss as well too. The key that I would be is if you think there's something that isn't in there, or maybe you don't fully know what to look for as what should be in there, that's where you bring in somebody, an accountant that could explain to you that what they've done to help you out. Kind of just getting that expertise that may be helpful to give you that assurance.
Thanks.
Yeah. Next part was fund accounting. We talked about the software. You guys were over budget on 2 of your funds. So I'd probably look at the budgeting process. Just make sure that the budgets you guys are using are, just look at the process when you sit down to do it. You should be getting close to sitting down to do the budget about now anyway. So maybe take a close look as compared to the final audited numbers. Make sure you're using stuff that's consistent with that, and go from there. One thing, another thing is just looking at adjustments on customer accounts. That's an area that could be susceptible. I didn't find anything unusual going on there, but if adjustments are made to an account, you should look at the list. You should ask why, make sure that the adjustment made sense, because that's an area that could be susceptible. The other thing that I noticed is that, I think it's on here. We got an old, let me see here, sorry. Approval of expense reports. I looked at a couple expense reports and it doesn't look, I didn't see any approval on it. I know you guys approve them at the board meeting by cutting the check, but I think that there should be a formal process in place to put the approval of the expense reports, and it should be documented on the expense report that it was approved. The other item is there were some large expense reports which are not typical. When possible, the town, instead of using the employees and reimbursing them, the town should either write a check, use a town credit card, or set up an account with the vendor in order to control that. Employee reimbursements should be minimal, and they should be for small numbers. Things like if somebody has to travel, stuff like that. So that would be the mechanism I'd look to get in place there, is make sure that happens. So that's really kind of what was found there. And questions? Yeah.
David, so these are wonderful suggestions, really helpful. Is there one type of document that we can put together as a town that kind of would knock these kinds of things off? Like, it's not a procurement policy, but is there one document into which all of these kind of guidelines might fall that we should put ourselves to task and put together, and then use that to guide our practices? What thoughts do you have on that?
So as far as the one document to put that together, and you'd have like two choices, right? You could do an accounting manual that went through and really in depth, and it's not going to be very much fun to write, and it's going to be less fun to read. That would kind of go through and cover all of that stuff, and then make provisions from there. The other is you could do, at least on the expense reports, you could do it in the personnel policy. You could have something in there. Other than that, some of these would be just driven by even verbal policies that you guys sit down and say, hey, this is how we're going to do it, such as maybe we procure a new accounting software that's actually built for this, rather than just kind of trying to slink along. Unfortunately, I don't have a good cost-effective software that I can recommend, but there's a lot out there. With that being said, there's a lot of bad ones out there too, but and some of the expensive ones, good ones get really expensive, which I know would be quite a burden on a town of your size. So does that help at all, or? Okay, good. Yes.
Would, I don't know if this is the same question as Sarah's, but would you recommend that we look at a P&L every month? That
I would
we have,
absolutely,
Yes, in the
I would
budget.
absolutely recommend that you look at a P&L every month. And
And
that
that
if something's
that-
jumping, and if something jumps out at you, then yeah, go ahead.
that becomes part of, perhaps when we look at the bills at the beginning of the month, then we all look at a profit and loss. I know that it's something that we all have, but I don't know if the board as a whole is looking at it for its as important as it might be to our planning.
Yeah, because that's the only way that you'll know how much money you've brought in, where you're spending at, where you are compared against budget. Really, when looking at the P&L, so two things go hand in hand here. One, a solid budget is a starting point. And then you compare your actual expenditures every month to your budget. You know exactly where you're at, what you have left, and you can get an idea and start making some long-range plans. You know what money is available for that. And because I can tell you based on the adjustments I made that, especially in October, November, you guys were making decisions on information that was so far off that it lends itself to creating problems in the end if it keeps going that way.
Okay.
Anything else?
No, thank you very much.
Yeah, you bet. So
Thank you. That was enlightening. I appreciate it.
So what we have out here is we have a rep letter that it was sent to you guys that I'll need a signature on to get back. And then I can go ahead and finalize it. If you guys are okay with this the way it is, I can finalize it and send it off to the state on your behalf. I believe that you're going to need to have a board member sign an extension. Due to COVID this year, things got really different. So the state gave automatic extensions on the audited financial statements. However, they're requiring the form to be submitted along with the audit report, I believe. So it's automatic, but they still want the form. And Tammy will have that information for you.
Okay, if you can get all those forms, the forms that need to be signed to me. I know you said you sent one to me already. I can sign them tonight and get them sent back to you.
Perfect. And then, so with that, I'll then go ahead and just submit the audit report, but I'm sure the state auditor's office is going to be wanting that extension. That's why I brought it up.
Okay.
Yes.
David, can we consult with you when we embark on our budgeting process? Because we definitely want to, I mean, I know we will have your documentation, but we may have some really ignorant questions to ask you as we try to correct the course of the ship.
Yeah, so as far as that goes, if you guys have really general questions and stuff like that, I'm more than happy to sit down and answer those with you and kind of help you understand that. As far as getting too involved with the budgeting process though, I do need to stay a little bit out of that to maintain independence.
Of course.
But I am more than happy if you have questions that you're not going to be out there all alone, that you can certainly run the questions by me and I can talk to you in general and kind of give you guidance. But at the end of the day, you'll need to set the budget.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Of course. Thanks, David.
Thank you.
Okay, does anybody else have anything for Mr. Green? Thank you very much for the report and all your hard work on it. And I'll get that stuff sent to you as soon as I can.
Okay, sounds good. I appreciate it. You guys have a good night.
You also.
All right.
Okay, the next thing on the agenda is 540 Water Street Development Plan. recommendation from Planning and Zoning Board. Who's gonna take the lead on this? Kent?
Sure. Met with the zoning and planning board last week with some additions. We tweaked the exterior siding of the proposed building, and they approved it. So we're going to do a all horizontal lap siding on the exterior of the 540 proposed building, instead of doing that vertical corrugated steel on 3 sides.
Okay. Tammy, are you still here? Tammy?
I'm here.
Yeah. I know you're not here today, but
Okay.
what action do we need to take on this right now?
I believe that Mr. Martin needs to contact the state historic preservation officer and find out what steps he needs to take with them.
I checked. I was in touch with them today.
Are they going to require a section 106 review for that?
No, this is private land, private property, privately funded. They would only step in if there was federal land or federal money involved.
Actually, I think much like the transfer station, there is a comment and review period for any new development as to how it will affect the historic landmark district. So I believe the board needs to consider all of that now and perhaps set a public hearing before the board. I don't know, Rick, what is your opinion of what's next?
Yeah, the next step is to set a public hearing. This is a special review procedure, which is why it had to go to the Planning and Zoning Board first. They hold a public hearing and then make a recommendation to this board, and now it's your job to hold a public hearing and make a final decision. I would recommend that you just schedule it for the next time you have the timing right for the public hearing on this.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Frank.
Having gone through this with several other projects over the years, I think the previous statement that the 106 review and whatever by the state historian's office, whatever, does not have to be done with this type of project, again, because it doesn't involve federal money. And I may be wrong, but that's the way I recall it, that because projects like this are private projects, private land, there's no other entanglements. So that's my opinion at this point, but we might want to review that before we have the public hearing that Rick just mentioned. Okay, thanks.
Well, I think Frank's understanding is correct on this. That would be my understanding as well.
That's certainly what History Colorado office said today.
Yeah. I would believe them.
Okay, then do we just want to set it for a public hearing at the next board meeting?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you'd have to check with Tammy and make sure she's got enough time to give the notices and everything, especially
think
if
you'll
she's on vacation
and-
right now.
Yeah,
I thought we went through a public hearing. Do we?
I have 2 to do.
Yeah.
One before the Planning and Zoning Board, one before the Town Board. The
All
Board of
right,
Trustees.
next Tuesday, next Monday.
okay,
No,
Tammy,
we-
you're not back until the 17th, right?
I can put the notice in, but you have to publish it in the newspaper and post the property again, notify the property owners again. So it's the same process. it will probably be the first meeting in September.
Kent, how does that work with your timeline? You probably want to break ground before then, huh?
Yeah, I had no idea that the public process in the town of 150 people could result in 8 meetings.
On page 139 in the back of the land use code is a cheat sheet or a flow chart, if you will, of the approvals that are required.
All right.
And
Yeah, I guess
Well, there's also
I
the
made it
text
to
of the
137.
ordinance itself, which you've had from the very beginning, Kent.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
I know
guess,
that I have
yeah.
explained the process more than
Yeah.
once at meetings which you attended. So I doubt that you can feign surprise at this point.
Yeah, the flow chart just looks, it's a couple inches big, and it just doesn't, when you put it spatially, I didn't realize every bubble is 2 or 3 weeks. So, but okay. Yeah, let's move. What's the next step? Get me on that meeting.
Okay. Tammy, I'm just asking for your advice here. Is there things that you would need to do to get this set up, or is it all on Kent?
Well, today
Trying
is
to figure
Monday.
out. Go ahead.
Today is Monday, so if I get a notice to the paper, the deadline's Friday, but it will be in next week's paper. So it's got to run next Wednesday and the Wednesday after that. So I am not sure. I will have to look at the calendar, but I don't think we can do it in 2 weeks.
Yeah, I'd be
Okay.
surprised if that's possible as well.
There's got to be a notice sent to adjoining property owners, even though if they're, they know about it, they still have to get a registered letter with notice. And then we have to post the property that there's a public hearing.
So then, I'm sorry if I'm speaking out of turn, but so then that would be, we would have it posted the 19th of August and the 26th of August, correct?
Yes.
And then would it be possible for us to have a special meeting at the end of August, so then he doesn't have to wait for our next regularly scheduled meeting?
That's
I'd
what
be
I
okay
was,
with that.
that's what I was just gonna suggest, because
To
the first
get him on his way?
meeting in September is gonna be the 14th. That's,
Because if we do the 19th and the 26th, would
Yeah.
it be possible to have a special meeting on the 31st? That
I would think
gives,
so.
I'm
Is
looking
that
at
Labor
the,
Day though?
no,
Okay.
I'm looking at the provision of the land use code on noticing public hearings, and it is doable before the next meeting. If we hustle right now, the applicant is in charge of the giving the notices, part of which is posting the property at least 10 days before the public hearing, and part of which is sending out notices to the property owners who are adjacent. I got to find the exact language on that, but you did it before.
Yeah.
Public hearing.
Yeah, I've got
Be
that
the
list.
same thing, Kent.
Okay.
And that's a 10-day thing too. So this is doable between now and the next regular board meeting.
but could we make it before the next regular board meeting? Because,
well, we do have one more.
no,
board
wait, we
meeting
have
I'm
one on the
leaving out at.
24th,
I
Right.
have one on the
right?
20th.
Yes.
Yeah.
So is
Okay.
that,
What
That's
about what?
14 days from now, and the notices can be done in 10 days.
okay,
So
All right.
does it only need to be published once in the paper?
Doesn't have to be published in the paper.
Nice.
Does anybody read the paper anymore?
Yeah, some people still do up here.
sometimes late at night when I can't
I'm
sleep.
75 years old. I look at the obituaries.
Way to
So
be
if it's-
macabre.
So if it's doable before the 24th, let's just set it for the next board meeting. It sounds like it's mostly on Kent to do all of the work for the footwork for the
Right.
meeting.
Yeah,
So
I
as
can
long
get
as
it
he's up
posted
to
and get
doing
those
it
notices out this week.
and within his time limit, let's go ahead and plan on it.
Okay. Kent, can you let me, since Tammy's on vacation, can you let me know when you get that posting done?
You talking about the registered letters or the
Just when you've got it all in place so we can make sure we've met the 10-day.
Yeah, yep, yeah, we can have that done by the 14th.
Okay.
At the hearing itself, the applicant must provide a written verification of compliance with those notice requirements. So, yeah, and unless you have reason to think he's lying, you can accept that. So that would solve that concern for you, I think, Sam.
Okay. All right, so let's set this for the next board meeting. Tammy will be back by then and she can put it on the agenda and hopefully we can get everything done.
Sounds good.
All right, let's move on.
Thank you,
Thank you,
guys.
Kent. I know it's a process.
Good.
It's gonna be good.
Okay,
Good-
if
good
y'all
night.
Good night, thank
excuse
you.
me for 1 second, I gotta grab my phone. It's over on the other desk here because I got the report from the bread bar on my phone. I'll be right back.
What's this about?
This is about the bread bars reopening, their limited reopening,
Oh,
possible reopening, I guess.
yeah, you know, I ran into Steve Fenberg. Might have been yesterday or Friday, I'm not sure. I think it was yesterday. And said, hey, because he was up for the night. And I said, hey, you getting ready for tomorrow night's board meeting? He had no idea about that they were on the agenda tonight. I don't know who was supposed to let them know.
The bread bar you're talking about?
Yes.
Some of them know about it. They sent me the update.
Oh, okay. All right. Good.
I sent them an
They-
agenda.
They submitted their plan for reopening by email. And after the last meeting, we said that it would be brought up at
Okay.
this meeting. So I think this is all communicated well.
Okay, the update that they sent me, it come from, I just got a phone number. It was in a group conversation with Sam, Rob, and whoever the phone number is. It says that here's our current calendar for business in August. The 14th, 15th, and 16th, 21st and 22nd, and the 29th. And this Friday, they have a wedding scheduled that says they've been provided our strict COVID and town policies. And Rob and I are looking at dates for a sober plume night as well. We'll update you if we get booked for more dates. Please let me know if you have any questions. So those are the
Yeah, I
dates
got
this month that they're going to be open. Go ahead, Marty.
Yeah, I have a quick update. The transfer station did provide them with a metal bear proof resistant discouragement dumpster, so that that won't be an issue in the future.
Okay. Sasha?
I would just like to say, in the interest of full disclosure, that for the event happening on Friday, I was hired by the groom's family to coordinate their day of. wedding event.
Okay.
And I have been working very closely with the owners of the bread bar to make sure that we do our best to comply with the state, county, and all regulations. But I just want the board to know that I am being paid to do this. I'm financially vested in it.
I appreciate your disclosure
So
there.
whatever that means, I have made it very clear to all parties involved that while I'm not in the business of ratting people out, I will not participate if they do not fulfill the obligations that have been set forth.
I can't speak for everybody else, but it makes me feel better to know that you are involved and helping them figure out how to do it right, because I really think that their heart's in the right place, but it'll be good to have somebody there that's making sure it's being properly implemented.
But I was hired and I am financially vested. I'm not there as a member of the community.
That's
so I
fine.
just want the board to know that.
Right. Sarah, Sarah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I am supportive of what Sam just said, Sash, and we're not voting on anything, so it's just great to know this, Sash. I appreciate it.
Okay, any more comments? Okay, the next item on the agenda is discussion on Dinger Park and park use guidelines. Kathy, that's your show. The floor is yours.
Hi, I just, over the, I don't know, last 6 years have realized that the Dinger Park gets used for all kinds of various activities. And I know that it was either last year or the year before, we had several people that tented there overnight and they signed something or agreed to something with the town. And so I was just wondering what we have on file for rules and regulations for the use of Dinger Park.
Hang on just a second, Kathy. I see Rick's puzzled look. I'm sorry I missed an item on the agenda. And as soon as we get done with this, Rick will get to you. I apologize for that. Okay. We do have an event application that for people to fill out. And I think Tay probably has more information on
Yeah.
the park and rules and what goes on there. So go ahead, Tay.
Sarah and I put together a pretty thorough event application, which is available on the website to go through. And it includes all the properties that could be used at the park. It's by no means a final and forever product, so you guys are welcome to take a look at it. And it doesn't have rules specific to the park, but for events, the rules are they need certain fire plans and food plans and potty plans and things like that, depending on the event. So if you go through that, you'll kind of get the guidelines for for the public to use the park under a permitted process. But as far as general rules for the park, that's before my. Does that help answer your question, Kathy?
Yeah, I don't know where those are on the website either. So yeah.
So if you go on the website and it says community and events, and there's a place to apply for an event permit.
Okay, so do you remember where there's something in there about like quiet times from 10 to 6 or anything like that?
I don't think we got that granular because we weren't specifically focusing on the park. So any kind of other guidance for use for specific areas would be helpful. Like I said, there were no general rules to pull from to begin with. So I don't think there was a quiet time or anything like that. It was kind of more like, if you're going to have a bunch of people coming into town, this is how we want you to be able to manage them.
Right.
So
Yeah, no, and I would just add, Kathy, that just reiterating that it wasn't just for the park, but it does tailor itself to park use. And I do not recall any formal guidelines for park use. And Frank, I wonder if you remember, I mean, years ago when Janine Weeds sort of headed up the park rejuvenation rebuilding project, I know the board messed around with ideas for this, but I don't think anything was ever done. But Frank, do you recall if anything specific was done then?
I think we kind of handled that on a case-by-case basis. When someone came into the town and said they wanted to do whatever in the park, that they had to explain what they wanted to do, and yeah, but I don't think we ever drew up any specific regulations for our requirements for the park. But along that line, I'm currently involved. We've just, as open space, we just created our rules of use for the open space park on Floyd Hill. We're currently developing the rules of use for the Alvarado Open Space Park, which is the former Shadows Ranch. So I've got my that stuff in my head at this time, and we've we've done a lot of research with We Open Space. So I would be, if there is a desire for the town to create specific rules of use for the park, I would be glad to help do that using the stuff I've recently been working with. So that's all I have right now.
Okay, Sasha?
Forgive me if this is something that we've discussed before, but with regard to hours at the park, does that reflect on any policies that we have about camping in town in general? And do we have policies about overnight camping in our public spaces? I'm sorry if it's something that I missed, but I don't believe that that's something that we have codified in any way.
Right. I agree with that, Sasha. I don't think we've got anything in writing on those. Those would be the kind of things that we would that should be addressed if we're going to come up with rules of use of the park. And also, we have to remember we've got the all that land at the east end of Main Street up there on the mill site. I mean, I'm surprised we don't have people living up there at this point. So we'd probably kind of want to produce some kind of document that would cover the park specifically, and then other town-owned properties.
Okay, Tay, do you have something to say?
There, we don't have our own specific ordinance, but camping unless permitted isn't permitted on public, actually, or private properties, and that's a Clear Creek County specific thing to prevent exactly what Frank is talking about. But in any case, what we did with the permitting process, it was a attempt to encourage anybody that would think of camping in the town of Silver Plume to know that there's actually a procedure for it, not to just do it on their own. I don't know how to unraise.
Okay. Kathy, does that answer your questions? And do you have a suggestion on where, if anywhere, we should go from here?
Well, I kind of think we should continue, about the land use stuff within the town of Silver Plume, specifically because the park is being used by, right now with the COVID thing, it's being used by many different out-of-state entities every day, and it's not cleaned or managed. And when we went to, when she was talking about the restrooms, we had discussed this earlier, and we decided to keep the restrooms closed because of the fact we couldn't clean them with the COVID. You know, we can't keep them clean, and we don't want the town to become responsible for spreading COVID. With that, so we get very many people using our park, including this year we've had homeless, and last year we had a stolen car dumped in the park. So it is a big discussion point, I think, and I think we just shouldn't just drop it. But I don't really know where to go from here because I haven't been on the board very long. But I do think we need some land use guidelines within the town of Silver Plume and a posted signage within the park that gives guidelines as to what the park is to be used for. And then maybe on the restrooms, where public restrooms are, that they can use rather than going to the bathroom behind the pavilion.
I have a suggestion. As I just stated earlier, I'd be willing to work on this. So let's form a little subcommittee and make recommendations and bring them to the board and discuss it and see what we want to adopt. So I guess the question now is who would be willing to help me do that?
Kathy, I think Kathy should, because she's a neighbor close to the park.
I raised my hand.
Okay, and Sasha and Frank, anybody else?
I'd be interested, you guys, but we don't need it to be too big. So just maybe I'll be available if you need me. I think it's a great idea, and yeah, so I'm all for it.
Okay.
Okay. I would suggest in the next couple of weeks that the three of us get together, and I can get some examples of what we have done with the open space parks, and probably even get what Georgetown has, and we'll have a working group and come up with something shortly.
Frank, can I just suggest that you guys pull out the draft, permit thing that Tay and I put some time into, just to either make sure it blends.
Did you say that is on the website now?
Yeah, I can send the link out to the board so that everybody knows exactly.
Yeah,
that would be easy.
Yeah, not to be confined by it at all, but to interfinger with it, and as you come up with better ideas or additions to
fluidity.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds good. And I think then the question that was brought up earlier in this meeting about the restrooms, I would vote that we keep the restrooms closed just because we don't have somebody who can go over there on a regular basis and clean them.
I agree.
Yeah, I was just asking that during my update because I was confused by a suggestion that I needed to see when I needed to clean them. So but if we're keeping them closed, then yeah, we don't really have. I mean, I'm just thinking about. I'm not very familiar with how we have to sanitize things or what have you. So I mean, I would prefer to keep them closed. I don't know if we have all of those kinds of supplies, but I mean, we could certainly get them if we needed them.
Well, with the I'm sorry, with the museum not opening, we don't have anybody to lock them at night on a regular basis either, because whoever was running the museum was going over and unlocking them and then locking them when they left.
Yeah,
so that's it.
Sasha?
I think that if there was a group that wanted to rent the pavilion, we would open the restrooms for them and be able to facilitate sanitizing for individual events. So I wouldn't want to close off the possibility opportunity across the board. But
No, yeah,
agree
my
that
assumption
keeping
was that
them
it was,
closed for day-to-day activity is correct.
yeah, that was my assumption, that they were closed for day to day.
Frank?
I agree.
Yeah, I've got a comment here on some of our open space restrooms. We have considered the same problem, and what we ended up doing was renting porta potties. You know, you're in the range of around $100 a month for a porta potty, and but the deal is that throws all the responsibilities for the sanitation of the porta potty on the rental company, and but it's an expense. You know, if we look at $100 a month, we say there's what, 4 more months, maybe 5 months. There's $500. But that is a solution that has worked for us. So it may be something to consider.
Personally, I don't feel like we have the traffic to accommodate that cost.
But the thing that's on my mind is I didn't realize the restrooms weren't open for some reason. I must have missed it. But if we get able to use in that park, and the nearest public restroom is over at the marijuana shop, we all realize what's happening. And that's not very sanitary. It's not a very sanitary management of the park, not to
If I
provide
may, when you're done,
facilities
Frank.
and have the park open. So,
Okay, Marty?
Okay, yeah. Well, first of all, I don't think we would rent a porta potty for, say, November, December, January, and February at the very least.
right.
So we're looking, let's say, at top of maybe $800 a year. I think it would be well spent. I think that having a porta potty there would, you know, certainly eliminate the potential for everything but, you know, vandalism, which is a possibility, although hopefully not a big one. But I support the idea of having a porta potty in the park for anyone who's using it. I would also, in the interim, put up, and they don't have to be ordered or anything like that, just something that says no overnight camping, and I have those by order of the town of Silver Plume, little bumper stickers that we could put on there, and that I think would deal with that issue. Those are my two little bits of input.
Sarah?
Just quickly, Marty, I appreciate that input. I look forward to what the committee suggests. And Marty, I appreciate your alliteration, porto potty, what was it? But anyway, I just look forward to what you
Porta
guys.
potty party poopers. Poopy porta party poopy.
Right.
Party.
And I just look forward to what you guys suggest to us to consider further. And I don't think we need to talk about porta potty solutions any further, is my suggestion.
Yeah, let's end this and wait for a recommendation from the committee. We're already well into our time and have a lot to cover yet. Rick, you're up next. I'm sorry that I skipped over you.
All right, thank you. After the public hearing on the first proposed short-term rental ordinance, it was agreed to, well, it was voted down with the understanding that we would form a task force of people from various standpoints to try to work out a compromise. Such a task force, I think, would be difficult to manage if it were much more than 8 people, and I'm thinking 6 to 8 is ideal. And I've done some thinking about who would make a good variety of people on there. First of all, me and Sam and one other board member. I know that you probably have more than 3 members of the board that would like to be on it. but ideally, you will not have more than two so that we don't run into open meetings laws issues with noticing and having to allow members of the public to join in and everything else. This should be simply a working committee. It will make a recommendation for a new ordinance, which will then go through the process, including public hearings, just like the first one did, and anybody can speak to it then. I've talked to Steve Fenberg, who I believe is a good member of such a committee, and he's willing to do so. He, as you may know, is the majority leader in the state Senate and therefore has lots of experience with legislating and drafting legislation. And he is a co-owner of the house up behind, right behind the KP building, which is an example of an absentee-owned potential STR property. I've talked to Austin Grisham, who is a permanent resident on, I guess it must be Madison Street, down across the street from the back of Lee Veronato's house. He represents a situation of which there are at least three in town, of a secondary structure on the same lot or parcel as a primary one that might be used for short-term rentals. He has a little facility out in back that he would like to be used. I know Chris Schneider has that concern too, and I see that she is with us in this meeting. And there are one or two others in town that have that situation. That's another kind of STR property. And then either Darcy or Eben Mond, I would let them choose between themselves. But they've got a variety. They've got the primary residence, which they use for that purpose. They've got a house on the same lot that they use for that purpose. And they are acquiring a facility across the street, which will, as I understand it, simply be an investment property.
It's a long-term rental.
Well, but they've wanted to use it for short terms. Have they changed their minds since the public hearing?
Yes,
Oh, really?
it's going to be signed to a long-term lease.
Well, we still get two of those three models.
But I think either Melissa or Darcy would be, their opinions are very informed and important to the conversation.
Okay, I
agree with that.
I would favor Darcy over Evan too. I think that she's probably taken a little more interest and involvement in the public hearing than Evan did. Melissa, I'm not so sure about. She represents the primary residence model of an STR, which Darcy would already represent. So I don't know if we have enough variety there to justify taking up one more position on the task force.
My opinion about the choice between Melissa and Darcy, I think that Melissa is more of the Austin ilk, and that it is their primary residence, but they are looking to most likely rent out pieces of it continuously. Whereas Eben and Darcy are making a substantial portion of their living by having their primary residence and rentals.
Okay.
And I would agree with Sasha in that they represent, I don't know if among the list there's anyone who represent a construction not yet completed element to that STR, or even if that's significant. So that's why I would kind of lean more towards Melissa as a representative, if we're going to eliminate one or the other.
Oh, I'm not meaning to eliminate one or the other.
Okay.
I think that both of them have very valid and valuable opinions on
Yeah.
how we
Yeah.
should move forward. And I think that in the world of making a business out of it and people in the community making their living this way, Darcy is definitely a top candidate for representing that part of the community, as well as sorry, my brain stopped working.
I
The
can
Windsor,
understand that.
Oh, Lauren.
at the
Yeah, no, I
Windsor,
use
who
the word
has
if
also
we had to choose. I agree
a
that both of
long-term
them.
rental and short-term rental situation. So I just want to make sure that we're,
I considered Lauren. She's not implicated with regard to the hotel. That was approved in a commercial zone as a hotel. So that's already
so it's separate.
outside the definition of STR in the ordinance. She
So
will have the issue of an investment property if she tries to use the house across the street, I guess it's called 420, as an STR. But we've got Fenberg representing that group of people already.
Okay.
As in terms of somebody from the board besides Sam, I would suggest Sarah or Sasha, because I admit I do not know how to host a Zoom meeting, and I understand that both of you do. I know you do, Sasha, and I'm told that you do, Sarah.
With, sorry, Sarah.
No, I
What
do.
does that mean?
With,
I'm just kidding.
I have no dog in this race. I have no rental property. I have no nothing in that regard. Like I have a long-term rental. I have no interest in a short-term rental. So I feel that that would be appropriate for me to be a part of it. And
Sarah's
so
nodding
I
her
would
head.
I would happily volunteer that as the most benign, not knowing anything about what we're doing.
Actually,
from the board.
Sasha, you would help fill one void in the committee that I brought up to Rick the other day, and that is people that don't have any short-term rentals.
Yeah.
And I think it's just as important to include that point of view as it is every faction of the short-term rentals.
No, and I am more than happy to be part of it and participate to the fullest extent. But as Sarah says, I have no dog in this race.
Okay, well, neither do I, for what it's worth, and neither does Sam. So let's think in terms of Sasha,
I think
Sam.
Sarah still had something to say though before we
Oh,
moved
Sarah,
on.
go
I think.
ahead.
Oh, no, Sam said it. I was gonna say Sasha. Yeah.
Yeah, this gives us 7 if we add Melissa. And I think that's kind of an ideal number, but Mayor or Sam, do you want to add anybody at this point?
The only other one we had talked about, Lisa Ray, and I did talk to her, and she's willing to do it.
If we want to add one more and make it 8, so be it. But I would really not want to go any higher than that.
I would agree. Tay?
I had expressed some interest in participating as kind of the person that ends up having to deal with the aftermath of it on the town as the town employees. I have some input I think that's helpful, and I'm pretty familiar with regulations and understanding statutes and governances, but I didn't know what part Lisa Ray, you said that Lisa Ray might be able to provide that information too. Do you guys hear me?
Well, I'd rather not go to 9, so let's see.
No, not to make it 9. I wasn't sure if you guys had somebody on there that's like deals with what happens when these people leave, their guests leave town. I'm just kind of familiar with a bunch of the incidents that have come to light and what they call in for and when they call in and why they call in and who calls in.
It's up to you, Rick.
I'm very
I
familiar with
think
the
that would,
complaint department.
it's up to you, Rick. Tay's probably got some good things to add. I wouldn't be opposed to putting her instead of Lisa Ray. I'll leave that up to you.
I'm sorry, what was that, Sam?
I said I'll leave it up to you whether you want to put Lisa Ray on or Tay. I think either
Okay,
way.
I don't care either way. Tay could do her input with a written statement
As
to
community
the
input.
committee, but it's up to you guys. I'm just urging you not to go more than 8.
Yeah,
I agree.
Let's just, I don't know. Let's go with Tay because she's here.
Are we set?
Everybody agree with that proposal?
Sure.
Yes.
Okay, so we've got a committee of 8 or a task force of 8. I'll go ahead and contact everybody and try to set it up. I envision having meetings once a week, probably on the same night at the same time every week till we work this out. I don't think it should take very long. I think a few meetings should do it. I'm thinking 3 or 4. But we'll see how it goes, and we'll come up with a new proposal. You should know right off the bat that I'm not necessarily in favor of doing this if we end up with something that is so porous that it doesn't, in my mind, do us much good. But I am going to be trying to work for a compromise, at least among all the people who are involved in this on the task force. And then, of course, it becomes your baby with a proposed ordinance, the public hearings, and all of that. Thank you.
Sarah.
Rick, I'm a Girl Scout. I just wanted to ask if the committee members would be asked to, and this is probably automatically assumed, but to spend some time inquiring with others to really bring in the fabric of the community input on this. I've heard that there are other folks who are distinctly interested in participating in this, and obviously we just went through this, let's keep it manageable, but I would just charge folks with definitely reaching out to gather the input to contribute to the discussions. That's all.
I would certainly hope they'll do that. And I would hope that anybody else that hasn't been heard from so far will feel free to contact us or write to us and provide additional input. It doesn't have to be the final product again. It'll be a suggestion for this board to consider starting all over again. For you folks to consider.
Okay.
Anybody else have anything? Okay, let's move on to make sure I don't miss anything this time.
So long, folks.
So long.
Thank you, Rick.
Thanks, Rick.
Good night, Rick.
Good night.
Thank you.
Okay, let's establish our 2021 budget committee. I'll throw my suggestion out there. I'd like to have Sarah, Chris, me. I'd like to have Taylor when we're talking about public works, and anybody else, Sarah?
Sasha, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Sasha or Kathy. But
Throw
Sasha, you've done,
Sasha in there.
yeah, Sasha, you've done this before, yeah?
She's been there.
Yeah, the first 6 years I was on the board.
It's so much fun, and you know it.
Chris, don't be jealous.
I'll be honest with you. I want the most experienced people that we have on it because I was on the budget committee last year and watched how Lee handled it. And Lee had a vast amount of knowledge that I don't. And I'll be honest with you, I'm a little nervous about it. So the more experience we have in the committee, the better off we are.
I've done it a couple times, and I'm more than happy to lend the little bit that I learned in the few times I've done it.
All right.
We're good.
Does anybody have any objections to that being our budget committee?
Fun.
Okay, then so be it.
This is so jealous.
I'll be there with you. Trust me. It's
Right.
not jealousy.
Okay, let's see. We don't have anything on the agenda for old business. I knew this was going to be a long meeting, so I asked Tammy to take most of that off. I don't have any reports that's important enough to take up any more time right now.
I just have one quick update, Sam, if I may.
Sure.
So the CARES Act meetings have been going forward, and our business relief applications and proposals should be going out in the next 2 weeks. Haven't totally set on the timeline for when they need to be filled out and turned in and all of that. One of the major considerations for the committee is with school starting back and people that own businesses with kids in school, it's a lot to load on in 1 week. But so those applications should be out for people to review in the next week and a half for the CARES relief money. And I will keep everybody updated after that, but that's the information I have right now for that.
The last timeline that I got was an email this afternoon, talking about a application deadline. I believe it was September 11th, and a workshop to go over how to apply for it. August, what was it, 21st, I think.
It was the
Somewhere
end of
in there.
next week. It was Friday next week.
Friday of next. Okay, yeah, that'd be the 21st.
And so the committee was feeling like maybe that wasn't quite appropriate for businesses that have families and kids and stuff like that because of school starting and everything.
Well, they originally had it set for Monday the 17th.
Correct.
And that was a big concern.
That was tight.
So I'm sorry, I didn't know if you got that last email that come out late this afternoon.
No, I did. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay.
But so I'm hoping that we push it to the 28th.
Yeah.
And then with the final deadline being the 4th.
Okay.
Just to give people a little extra time. But right now that's where we're at with that. So that's all I wanted to add. Thanks.
Okay. I guess now we'll move this meeting into an executive session for the purpose of discussing personnel matters pursuant to CRS 24-6-402 FI.
Great.
So does everybody have the link to get into the new Zoom meeting?
Can I make a comment before I'm meeting here.
I'm sorry, you cut out there a little bit.
Sorry. Here, let me turn off my face because I'll have to speak really close to the thing. Can I make a comment just before I have to leave the meeting real quick?
Yeah, yeah.
I just wanted to say, I'm sorry for my frustration about the sign costs. I think there's some confusion as to the number and what I was supposed to bring to the meeting. And I think it would be cool if we could put together at some point in time, not right now, not discuss it now, but in the very near future, kind of discuss how we purchase and order things, because I was told to bring a final number, and if I needed an itemized, quotes and list, I'm happy to do that. I just didn't know that that's what I had to bring to tonight.
And I will say she brought exactly what I asked her for. I didn't anticipate needing anything else. So it's as much my fault as it is hers.
That's all I wanted to say.
All right.
A quick
Didn't mean
comment
to
on
let the
that.
hair on the back of my neck stand up. That's all.
Okay. A quick comment on that? Can
Yeah.
you hear me? Okay. I thought at some point earlier in this last board, we were discussing getting our shit together on a procurement policy. Is that somewhat different than what you're suggesting, Tay, or is that in keeping with, a lot of other stuff has taken precedence over that, but is that something that's
It's in
different?
keeping. It's in keeping with it. In addition to that, I would say it would like a framework, or maybe just a discussion of what I understand my job to be with the board and with my personnel managers, and then just kind of so we understand, because we had a lot of problem with micromanaging last year that created a lot of confusion.
Oh, yeah.
And frustration. So, and it can be really easily misinterpreted. So I just, if we can all iron something out that we all agree on, then I can definitely make sure that, we're all on the same page. We have some numbers.
Okay. So then if we do establish a procurement policy, that will address the procurement policy. And in addition to that, perhaps we could include what your role in the procurement policy would be. Is that correct? Is that a correct?
Yeah. And maybe I guess what I was suggesting was to have something in the interim, because we've been talking about a procurement policy for a couple of years. So.
Okay, we can carry on this discussion at a later date. It's already coming up on 9 o'clock, and we've got at least another hour to go.
Okay, and I would ask everyone's indulgence, since I'm going to use a computer and as frightening a concept as that is to me, so hopefully I'll get into this. I did have a test run with Sarah, thank you. So
I have faith in you, Marty.
Yes.
You can do this.
I'm glad someone does, but
Sam, I'm going to dip off and open the other line.
Okay.
Do I
we need to adjourn
open?
Right.
Yep.
What's that?
Move to adjourn.
Hey, good question. Can we leave it open when we come back for public?
Yeah, I can just leave it open.
Okay.
Okay.
That's what
Frank, did you have some?
Do we
I need some technical advice. How am I going to watch 2 Zoom meetings at the same time on?
How do you log into your Zoom meeting right now?
I couldn't understand the question.
How do you log into this Zoom meeting normally?
I used the link that was on the agenda for the town board meeting.
Okay, so if you open up when this meeting, okay, so you'll have to leave this meeting, and then Sarah sent you another link.
Yes, I have that.
Yeah, so you'll leave this meeting. There should be a button in the bottom corner of your screen to leave the meeting.
So what you're saying is we can leave this meeting, but you'll keep it open and we can come back to it after we finish the executive session.
Yes,
Is that
that's
correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, and if are we going to take a little break?
Yeah, that'd be a good idea.
I think
Okay,
so. Myself and my dogs need to take a walk,
all right, it
personally
is,
speaking.
just a minute. It is
8:55.
8:55 right now. Let's reconvene in an executive session at 5 minutes after 9. That gives us 10 minutes.
Great. Thank you very much, and thank you all for your participation.
Sasha?
I have another meeting at 9:30 tonight. I mean, this is
Okay.
all due respect to the board and everything, but I have two more meetings that I have to do before 10.
Okay.
So
Are you gonna join us for the first half or 25 minutes?
I will be there as long as I can.
Okay.
I may have to exit because I gotta make money.
Okay, that's understandable. If you'd like to touch base with me sometime tomorrow, I can fill you in on what
Okay.
goes
Yeah,
on.
and the executive sessions have to be recorded, Sasha, so you're always welcome to avail yourself of the recording.
Yeah, I know that. I just want everybody to know that I do have more meetings lined up for tonight. And
All
if
right.
I exit, that's why.
Okay.
Can we get over? Can we get it done by 9:30? Because if you guys can't figure this out, I'm not home. And
We'll do our best. I anticipate
It's always
it
the
taking
goal,
no longer than
Kathy.
that.
Okay, thank
All
you.
right.
I'll leave this one and sign into the other.
Okay, good night, Tammy. Enjoy the rest of your vacation.
Night, Tammy. Good night, Tay. Thank you.
Thanks.
Good night.
Oh, what the fuck happened here?
All right.
Hey, Joe,
Yes.
I think I'm gonna have to cancel and have you, I'll ping you when we're getting back on.
Uh-huh. Oh, and then have me call again?
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Okay, sure, yeah. I'll just wait then until you text and then I'll call.
Long time no see.
Still can't see me. Is that Marty?
Yes.
Marty.
Hello.
Hi, Marty. Marty, real quick, I think I'm going to take you up on next Monday.
Okay, do we?
Frank.
Commission Frank. Oh, just real quick, while we're back in the public meeting, something that I need to update everybody on. I don't think, right now we need to really take an action on it, but the rear end is out of the dump truck. I'm going to, one of these evenings after work, go over and take it apart and figure out what we need for it. If it's not too bad, we'll go ahead and order the parts and I'll put it together as a volunteer. I'm not going to charge the town to do it. If it's too bad, if the cost of parts are going to exceed more than what I'm comfortable with authorizing, then we'll wait till the next board meeting and I'll bring it to the board. I just wanted to update everybody on the status of it and where we're going with it.
Partied.
Yeah, Sam, can you add that the dump truck is actually the only vehicle that can reliably carry the sander. So if it's minimal, I mean, a replacement dump truck is going to be nearly impossible to come by, but if it's minimal, it would behoove us to hang on to that.
Yeah.
So Tammy is back on.
I don't know if Tammy's on. I think her screen is on. She mentioned that she might have left. So
I'm back.
Oh, Tammy's back.
Sorry.
Oh, she's there.
I'm
Okay,
watching tablecloths.
I wasn't sure, so I didn't want to remove her from the meeting because I thought she left, but I was like, oh, I don't want to do that just in case.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, well, we're waiting for Frank, okay? And then we're just back in this meeting for a few minutes. We're gonna go back into another executive session. Hopefully it won't take very long. And then we'll be back to the public meeting for a few minutes and then hopefully we'll be done.
Good.
So if you could, when we leave this time, leave it open again for us.
Yeah, no problem.
All right. Frank must be having problems.
Yeah, his last words on the other meeting weren't good.
Yeah, I heard that.
Am I here?
Yes.
Yep, you're here.
Now I am. Okay. Then you didn't hear me before. If you need any help with that, Sam, let me know. I'll be glad to just be dumb labor if you need it.
Okay.
And if I'm not working, then you're not working. But I think Sunday and Monday works for both of us.
All right.
Now, to go back to the executive session, do we go to Sarah Whalen's Zoom meeting again?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, hey, Frank, you're coming on? Okay.
Hi, Frank.
Should just told him to go straight back to the executive session because we got enough people here to take the vote.
Okay, well, why don't we just proceed? I'll tell him to do that.
Let's do that.
Okay.
Oh, there he is.
Oh, there you are, Frank.
So we're going back to the Zoom meeting, to Sarah's meeting?
Right.
No,
I need a motion to go into executive session for the purpose of, is that on the sheet, Sarah?
Yeah, it is. Okay. To
Okay.
address specific legal questions.
Right. Okay. So can I take that as a motion, Sarah?
Yeah, oh, yes, yes. I so
Okay. And how about a second? All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Bye. See you in a little bit.
We'll be back in a little bit. It shouldn't take very long, I don't think.
Frank, I think you need to log on to Sarah's Zoom meeting now.
I'm trying.
Oh, okay. I'll leave you alone.
Do you see in the bottom corner, it says leave meeting?
I see a help. Okay. Here we go again. Okay, I'm going to enter the meeting again.
The one that Sarah,
Ta-da!
do you want me to help you?
I'm on Sarah's meeting now. No, I'm not.
Yeah, you're not. Hang on. Let's see. You can, is there anything, what do you see on your screen, Frank? There should be,
I can see, yeah, the only participants are myself, Tammy, and you.
and there's nothing at the bottom of your screen? Like for
Uh,
do anything?
Okay, I can see, yeah, I've got the kind of the taskbar, but I don't see anything. Okay, I should go to leave meeting, right?
That's correct.
Okay, I will do that. Bye.
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 my video on? No, probably not. I can't even see mine. I'm in the dark.
And I'm back.
Okay, who we missing? Frank and Kathy.
Hello again.
Hello.
Laughing at.
Well, while we're waiting for Frank to join us and Kathy, Chris, I think the tow truck's done.
That's awesome news, Sam.
All right. I want to run around a little bit just to make sure and move some stuff around the yard, but it's running pretty good now.
That's great. You put that new fuel pump in it too?
Yeah.
Sweet. Well, it can go over to Granby and go to work.
Yeah.
Stop hearing about it. Thank you again, sir.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, looks like everybody's here. All right, we'll call the meeting back to order at 11:23. Past my bedtime.
Whoa. Well, again, thank everyone. I really want to compliment you and thank you for hanging in there in this, endless but productive. So really appreciate everyone's effort on this part.
Okay, I think we've only got one item of business to take care of. Do I hear a motion to accept Tay's, what do you call it? Assessment plan or
Interim review plan.
interim review? Do I hear a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Okay, second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Tay, there's a few minor changes to it. We'll get together with you tomorrow if we can, or whenever you get back up here and go over it, and then we'll start your review period.
Okay.
Okay.
Move to adjourn.
Just a minute, Sarah's got her hand up.
Oh, no, I don't.
Oh, you're waving. Okay.
Goodbye.
All right. Marty moved to adjourn. I know nobody wants to second it. All right.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye and goodbye. Thank you again all.
Have a good
Bye.
night.
Thanks, Tay.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you, Tay.
Tammy. Bye.
Okay.
Bye, Frank.
Good night.
Good night, everybody.